Okay, almost ready, almost ready. Weird, Dino's not the... Okay, now it freaking went through. God damn, why didn't it go through before? Alright, I think we're ready to go now. I think we are truly ready to go. Hello, my budgeteers, and welcome back. Sorry, I was a little busy. I was a little distracted this time because I wanted to make sure, after being told that my notifications weren't going through yesterday, I wanted to make sure to remedy that. I wanted to make sure that if you guys aren't getting my notifications on Discord or via Twitch, then something is definitely wrong. But yeah, I logged into my alt account on my phone, so I'm getting notifications, so that's good. I also got the Discord notifications, so we're good there. So at least we've proven, at least because I tried to update Dino, the bot that we use. I tried to update that, and thankfully it seems like an update did help. But it was also the case where it took a little bit. It took a little bit for it to show up. I'm really rather surprised by that. You know, come on, you stupid thing. I hate this camera sometimes because it doesn't like tiny adjustments. It doesn't like tiny adjustments. It either goes too high or too low. Too high or not high enough, but... yeah, I hope you guys had a wonderful Valentine's. Sad to say, I really didn't. And not even because of the whole lonely hearts thing, being single, you know... I've long since gotten over that side of Valentine's. No, just on a regular day front. I don't know why, but last night, something hit, whether it was depression or stress or something. I don't know what happened, but last night I lost all motivation. I really, because what I'm trying to do for you guys, just to give you guys an idea of what I'm trying to do on my personal time, I've been trying to get sub badges built. I want to try to change my change how my about page looks. I really want to get... There's a lot of small things that I want to try to do for the channel that I've been kind of... let's be honest, in some cases I've been putting off, and in other cases I've been kind of stymied on, because the free design website that I've been using a website instead of a like a program, because I started using it. I use this thing called Pixlr, and it's a nifty little resource. It has all the basic stuff I need for basic editing. Stuff like text, you know, like you know, just yeah, it has all the basic stuffs for editing. It's basically like Photoshop Superlight. Hey, Swift. I'm just talking a little bit about how frustrating yesterday was. Like I said, it wasn't so much frustrating after stream because of Valentine's Day or anything. It was frustrating on a lack of progress, personal progress. Because there's a lot of things I'm trying to get done. I'm trying to get some sub badges built. I want to try to build... I want to try to create new graphics for my About page, like the About Me, Donate, all those sorts of different bits and pieces. I want to try to create a bunch of stuff. And of course, I'm still like over a month behind on exporting my videos over to YouTube onto my VOD channel. And one of the biggest bottlenecks right now is that the image editing software I've been using is a website called Pixlr, and it's been a really nice resource. It has a lot of good graphical options, a really smart what is the term I'm looking for? A cutting tool, like so you can like edit out stuff and remove backgrounds, and it's got a lot of nice little resources that I've been using for months now. And like 2 weeks ago, they instituted a 2 saves per day limit, and it's just like 2 saves per day. How am I supposed to get anything accomplished with only 2 saves per day? And it just like, I've been trying, but to say the least, it has been. It's definitely slowed me down a little bit to know that I can only do a little bit every day. Because I'm that kind of person. I've always been that kind of person that I have trouble doing a little bit every day. I've always been that kind of person. You give me an assignment in school, and I'm going to be the student that you give me 2 weeks for an assignment. I will go up until the 2-week mark. I'll go right up to or you give me 2 weeks to do an assignment, 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever. I will be the person doing all of the work in the last like 2 days, if not the last 20 hours. Like I'm always like, I was always a last minute person. And that's still true to this day. I find I do a lot better work when I can get into a momentum, and it's just like, okay, let's get this done, then we can get this done, then we can get this done. I've never been very good at like, okay, we're gonna do this little bit today, and then stop, and then we'll do a little bit more tomorrow. Never been able to do that. Because there's always a day when I just go, I really don't want to do this. Hell, you know what? This is a great example why of not being able to handle the small progress over time. My God, if there was a way that I could just drop like, if there was a procedure, like I'm not even talking to lose all my weight. If there was a procedure that I could do like maybe once a month where for one day it's just grueling work, but I'm guaranteed to lose 10 pounds, I'd do it. I would do it because that would be easier on me than trying to do a little bit every single day and hope that I'm making progress. So, yeah, for whatever reason, last night, I lost motivation. I didn't want to do anything yesterday. I didn't update anything on, I didn't do any updates on my VOD channel. I didn't make any new graphical art or anything like that. I did not have motivation, and that snowballed into today. I'm catching up on anime at least there's that. But oh my good golly God. I just hate days like that because it's things are definitely starting, if I can rant a little bit, things are definitely getting tough around here. I've got to try to like find time to look for work, because we're almost to, in just a little over a month, we're going to be getting to my 2nd year streamiversary. And that is 2 years that I've been streaming, but I have not been working. Yes, I have been streaming 5 days a week. So it's basically been kind of like a part-time job style hobby. But I have not had a regular job, so that is finally starting to become untenable. So that is something I have got to be doing in the coming weeks. I don't know what I'll find. I've tried to look for work here and there, and it's always been a challenge to find something that fits my criteria, because I don't have a car. I don't have a reliable means of transport, so I can't go work at all the warehouses that are in the area because they're all too freaking far away. So it's got to be either something local, of which there are very limited options and very few are hiring, or I got to look online, work from home stuff. So that's the thing I've got to be doing. That's something I hope to be doing here soon. So, but all that said, I'm sorry to burden you guys with the downer stuff. It's just, like I said, it's what's been going on. As I've said before, I obviously, real life is going to have to take precedence. Well, thank you, Swift. If it means that we have to change the hours of stream time, so be it. But I'll keep you guys posted. I'll keep you guys posted. Hopefully we'll have some good news in the future. If I can remember to motivate myself to actually look. Oh my God, looking for work has always been one of the biggest nightmares of my life. I don't know why. It's always one of the most stress-inducing things. Just looking for the work. I don't care about the actual job. Like, put me in a job and I'll work, but it's the application process, the resume writing, the interview process that I just I always hate. But thank you very much for the support. Thank you guys so much. All right, enough downer talk. Let's get going. We got more of Horizon Zero Dawn today. We are truly continuing with the main story today. But first, as always, we gotta do Stream Raiders. So let's see. I didn't check my quests yet today. Event tokens, okay. Orc Slayers, Musketeers, I can do that. I can do Musketeers. Okay. I can definitely do some Musketeers. Oh, that is my Musketeer. It's like, I forgot what I turned my Musketeer into. Alrighty. So we will. Just trying to play stuff is. What other text options do I have here? I have been looking at these options. More epics, no more epics. Check out my stream. How about just thanks for helping out? I don't use those enough. I gotta use those more. Store. What do we got in the store? Flag bearer, no. Archer I can justify because we're getting really close. Okay. This is a good song. Hey there, Jason. How are you today? Hope you're having a good day. All right, let's get in game. I have some potentially terrible news. Oh dear. Knowing you, okay, what is the news? I'm bracing myself. What is the news? You ended up pre-ordering Theatrhythm. Okay. All right. So if we're heading into, we are heading into here, which means may as well dress up as a Karja just to be safe. I can just get Advance Wars. Okay. Oh, you're not going to get Advance Wars because you're going to pre-order Theatrhythm? Okay. A very kind retailer allowed me to pre-order my third Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition today. Okay, what's the terrible news? What's the terrible side of that? That was it? I'm insane. Okay. Oh, you're still gonna get you're still gonna get Advance Wars. So, okay. So you're able to get, because weren't you debating at one point, River, over whether or not you could get both games? Weren't you having a dilemma before, or am I mistaken? Okay, so you've decided that you're going to be able to get both. Okay, well that's good. That's good at least. Well, Jason, I've already known you're insane. That is not news. We've known you've been insane since practically day 2 of you showing up to the channel. So a third copy of Tears of the Kingdom. That's
generous. A month.
That's not that surprising.
The only thing this ceasefire will accomplish.
Just waiting to play it tonight or tomorrow. Oh, it comes out? Okay. I showed up to the channel and loved it ever since. Aw, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. All right, I always got to take their free sample boxes. I can never resist a free sample. How are we on potions? We are good on potions. Okay. So we are going to the Citadel Courtyard. I forgot there was a cutscene here. Also, damn, they have tournaments even at night. Now, my good friend, something really special happened regarding the collection. What is that?
The submarine. Proud tradition.
It's not like it's Meridian. At least.
Can I help? Wait, can I actually? No, I'm actually barred from going down there. Okay. May I share a long comment? Sure. I will do what I can to read it. I am just kind of gonna have to find a good spot.
Now we get to see if your attack on their focus network was entirely successful.
What are you talking about? Did I crash the network or not?
In theory, all should be well.
In theory.
What's stopping the Outlanders from taking their payment and betraying us?
Success. Welcome to the Citadel, Aloy. I'll check back with you in a moment. In the meantime, circulate.
Okay. Oh, cool. The sun's coming up. All right. Let me read all this. Retailer emailed me saying, wanted to let you know we have received confirmation from Nintendo's distributor saying we'll be receiving the collector's edition. However, these are restricted to 2 units to each retailer due to how limited they are, and we would like to invite you to purchase one of these. In order to do this, we need to set the product live. However, we need to do this at an exact time where you will be free to purchase this to ensure no one else attempts to purchase this. If you are still interested in this product, there's the bad news. There's the bad news. So I sped read that, but for anyone who doesn't want to read all of that, the retailer that Jason is going through, the retailer that Jason is going through, they're only going to receive a limited number of collector's editions, and so in order for Jason to lock in his collector's edition, he has to purchase it when it goes live on their website. Now, they are contacting him because they're allowing him, Jason, to pick the time that they go live so that he has the highest chance of grabbing it before some scalper with a bot manages to put it in. So, yes, Jason will have the advantage of knowing exactly when it comes out, but there's still that chance that a bot could snag it before he does, because they only get it says they only get 2 copies of the collector's edition. There's only going to be 2 versions of the edition per location. You did manage to get it. Okay, congratulations. Because don't get me wrong, I didn't really have I'm sure you would have done everything in your power, but that is still one of those cases where it's just like, goddamn, because there's so many ways that could screw up. You said it in the middle of the day, dude. You.
Savage.
At least it's not as bad as Meridian.
You chose 1:30 in the afternoon.
Apparently, we're entrusting delicate matters to savages now.
Wow, the confidence.
What's stopping the Outlanders from taking their payment?
You have. Wait, what the hell? Why did that? Why was I able to pick from that twice? I mean, you have balls, Jason. You have balls to set it that early, or at that time. You could have tried to go for some time like in the middle of the night, or 1:30. I feel like that would be a very common time for people.
Meanwhile,
Outlanders, if you want to hear about today's bounties, head for the throne room. You're not going to make any shards by standing out here.
I beg to differ. I know there's a supply crate here somewhere. Bull crap. Oh, they actively asked me when to put it. They didn't put it up on their. No. I know that. What I mean is, even though you told them when to put it up, that doesn't mean that there wasn't still a chance a bot could have been actively browsing their site, waiting for it to go up.
I'm not sure I like the idea of hiring mercenaries.
So no, that's the only point I'm making, Jason, is I guess bots would never really sleep though, so I just 1:30 seems like a really interesting time period, because I would think even non-poachers would have been waiting around that time to be looking for a copy.
I already miss seeing Uthid in
Oh!
fall.
Okay. I didn't think using my focus would immediately activate a cutscene.
By the glory of the sun revealed. Behold, radiant Edaman, the one true Sun King, the light in shadow, whose will is light and whose light is law.
I command Lucius Bahavas to speak in my behalf.
By the will of radiant Edaman does the sun glare down mercilessly upon the traitor Uthid. To the hunter who brings his head to us shall go a bounty of 500 shards.
Bitch, I have 20 times that!
Love your hair. You and I need to chat, little huntress. The green tent down in Shadowside. I'll be waiting.
Kind of busy.
We both know you're no killer for hire. Uthid is innocent.
They even gave me an advanced
So
link.
come see
Ah,
me
okay.
while there's still time to save him.
Okay, there you go.
So, the way in I spoke of is
An
right
advanced
behind
link, yeah.
You've got to be kidding.
you. Not at all. And you needn't worry about the Kestrels. They'll be too busy acting important to pay attention to you.
First time in the Citadel, gotta see the sun ring from on high.
But the Kestrels.
Ah,
They can call
they
it a
want us
ceasefire,
to see this,
but the
boy.
usurpers are
It
starving
makes
us out,
quite an
plain and simple.
impression.
Let's see, do I get to talk to anyone here?
You're not known to
I
kick
do get
its
to.
killers. If any song's been written about you,
A few.
Maybe.
A few in the
How about
cut.
you?
only laments. We're the enders of songs. Machine spirit or man spark. We stop them all.
Ah, charming.
Warmth is for weakness.
God, another one of these assholes.
Nora, you have the mark of a seeker.
It's more complicated than that. I'm an outcast.
It's
like you.
like I said earlier,
Yes.
River. Not the. It's been kind of troubling, but
We'll take any job, but hunting our hated tribe, that's for free. Keep that in mind.
Why did they cast you out?
Murder. You?
Birth.
On to another subject. Oh God. I love how my Discord organization, as with support tickets, we could say your message is important. Please wait patiently. You are currently number. Oh God, dude. Really? Okay.
Another Nora outside the sacred land. Banishment is a bitter draft.
Draft? That looked like drought.
Didn't stop whining.
I hunt with
called
Kikuk.
Helis back
Speak
from
with him
wherever
if you
he's
must.
been.
Oh boy.
Shut the brat up.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This
It's
is
a nice idea.
insane.
What's the if you're gonna watch some slaughter, this is the place to do it.
You
don't
underestimate
like
the
heights.
ease of hiding in plain sight.
You worry me, boy. You worry me.
Why do you just have a flaming torch? I don't remember talking to these guys.
Another manhunt. How many men and women can one tribe lose? Odin, leader of Odin's marvels. You've a fresh face. When you're less an eye or an ear or two, you'll fit right in. First impressions make the sale, except in this snake pit. They'll take whoever shows up.
The balustrade. It's a short drop from there.
Silence, shut up.
Shouldn't you all be setting out to hunt Uthid?
Have you never done this before? Whoever goes first just leads the others. Just take a load off and avail yourself of some Karja booze until someone sniffs out the trail.
Well, that's actually kind of smart.
Then watch us seek out our prey, straight as a Ravager's shot. Zip!
Why is he the
Are
only
you
one
sure
we
you're
have
gonna be
dialogue
able to walk
options
in a
with?
straight line?
What are you getting at?
Do you think Uthid did what they're accusing him of?
I hope so. It'll make him more dangerous. My advice, it's best not to overthink such things.
Overthink whether he's guilty or innocent?
You let all these thoughts in your head, you'll never make it as a mercenary. Only thing that matters is dead or alive. If they say alive, bring a rag to stuff in its mouth. But these days, no one wants alive.
Wow.
This isn't your first job for the Shadow Karja?
Damn, dude.
Scared of their own shadows, Karja, more like. They spit on me, but the shards are good. Look at those nobles. I say noble, but you can't dress a rat in silk and call it a rat king, can you?
Dark Souls could.
Sunfall is a house of clay. If you were to stamp your foot, it would all crumble.
Okay.
Farewell, Odin.
Good hunting. If I should have cause to kill you, you won't suffer.
If you,
Oh, thanks.
if you should have cause to kill me, you won't survive. Okay. I pay off 2 collector's editions sometime next month, and hopefully by mid-April should be around 440 GBP. Wait, which way was I going?
I shudder to think
Oh, here we go.
where the savages have been.
Ah, crap. Okay. No. Down. Great British Really? Is that the
Other
actual...
side of the tower. Look for a vent.
Is that the actual acronym for the pound? I did not know that. Okay, who put this up and thought they were clever? Seriously. Who put this up and thought they were clever?
You've been here before.
Oh, Silence did.
Obviously. Now,
of course, Silence thinks he's clever.
It's very important that you hear what I'm about to say.
Okay.
I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return.
Oh,
Before you descend into the depths here,
shut up.
You should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride.
I assume this means that okay. Normally, I've pretty much done everything that I've just done here. I've done every single other side quest. So, yeah, this has never really bothered me, but clearly what this means is if I don't do all the side quests now, after this moment, the side quests are going to change, I assume. It's because Britain is just so naturally great. We just can't help being great. It's just natural. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say to that, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure, as year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. 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 Malfunction.
Are you kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Sobeck here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Aloy?
Emergency venting authorized.
Congratulations, Aloy. You just blew your own cover.
I underestimated you. So by now,
Guess you can't have everything.
That will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Oh, you just reminded me, when you do side quests, I definitely hope that when you beat Ganon in Tears of the Kingdom, if you have a Breath of the Wild save file on your console, it'll finally mark the Defeat Ganon quest as done. What? Oh! You know, I never noticed that. Well, okay, you know why that is, though, right, Jason? It's because you never truly, like, there's a very valid reason for that. It's because the game never puts you, when you go back to the save file, Ganon is always still around. The quest is marked complete when you turn the save file off. Because if you turn it back on, then you're technically reverting time back to before you ever beat Ganon. So, yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but it's that catch-22 of gaming. Cause no, believe me, as I have gamer OCD, and I get the same way in a lot of cases, but it's that catch-22. If they mark it as complete, then that means that the boss is no longer there, which means some games do that, though, and I appreciate the hell of the games that actually do have a true post game where, because I believe here in Horizon you get a true post game once you beat the final boss. I'm pretty sure. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. No, it does not. No, it does not. This game too, it also sets you right before the final battle. That's right. That's right. But no, I like games like that too, Jason, where you beat the final boss, it marks it as done, and you kindly move on. You can do more in the world, but you just can't fight the boss again.
Project Zero Dawn.
Jeebus! Okay.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
My headphone, my volume was apparently set really loud.
Facility diagnostics detect multiple.
I have a personal audio option.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
Okay. Tales of Symphonia Chosen Editions were dispatched today. Nice. Okay, another incident. Unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we're tired of being neglected. As we've already requested, we need human translators, fluent in Polish, for example, security staff who can subdue enraged embryologists, for example, and dermal sedatives to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and vases at reception staff, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well-behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. Someone got into a bad mood. We need support too. Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened or confused, some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of persons who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators, the Lang bots are not sufficient, and mild sedatives for the extreme cases. Any and all support would be welcome. Yeah. Reception and lounge, I mean, same thing, basically. Reception staff and lounge staff. So...
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
A waiting area. Soundproofing. Oh, crap. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting their turn. Just a thought. Speaking of, I'm hyped to play Trails to Azure. Oh my god, there's too many games, guys. I still have a backlog of games from last year I gotta play. There's too many games coming out. Too many games. Restock or else. For the 5th time, please restock the lounge's selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of the organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm going to lose it. Please respond, and this time, no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? Oh my god, I love that. I love that. So yes, for anyone who has never played this before, yeah, we're basically in a reception area for Project Zero Dawn, and
proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
ZD-01 data intact. Initiating playback.
There we go. Steep demand, love that one.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret super-weapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a super weapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
Yep. Goosebumps. Every that you're, I saw. You brought it up.
Life on Earth didn't.
You brought it up, Swift, and it still gave me goosebumps.
It could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it.
And now we see why the previous dialogues were saying that we need ways to keep people calm, to be able to translate, so they don't fucking hear people crying from inside the viewing room. Now all those little bits make sense. Oh my god. I'm just gonna say this now. I loved this twist. It doesn't lose potency ever. I know. I love the twist in this point because, again, up until this point, it's your typical post-apocalypse. You know, it's your typical post-apocalypse story. It's the story of the world ended, big machine, you know, your typical Terminator or Matrix story where robots take over, the world ends, humanity survives. But the robots also survived and now they're back. So when you first play through this, you think like Aloy. Oh, we've got a weapon that can deactivate them or kill them or something. But as we just saw, that wasn't feasible within the lifespan of humanity. Although they did say that it was possible to get the codes, but it was outside the likelihood of human survivability. So yeah, we'll see a little bit more here in a second. But first, Leroy.
All right, chums, ready, guys? Let's do this.
Oh. Oops. Little delayed. I forgot my spell. I forgot my spell. Oh shoot! Right. Heard people talking and I realized my mistake. Just had to remedy it. Alright. Nicely done, guys. Nice and easy. SG, let's get you good reward. SG and Shinzao. Let's get you guys some good stuff. Alright. Let's keep this rolling, but first, we are going to go on a quick ad break as we do. Thank you guys very much for putting up with these, by the way. Yeah, thank you guys very, very much. I promise you guys won't miss much. We're just going to start a random. Freaking hate randos. Okay. Let's go Barbarian. Let's go Barbarian. We will not vibe up through here. Vibe everywhere further down. Yeah, I think that'll do. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. I never really know how to get event tokens in these. I just get them as they show up. That's literally how I've been dealing with them. Orc Slayers, yeah, we'll place one later. Musketeers, yeah, we'll place one later. Yeah, okay, no, we're good. We are good. All right, let's head back in. Okay. What happens if I... Oh, God, that's right. And
Castros. They got in through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out!
Yeah.
If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Right. Now they're showing up. All right, time to swap out. Okay, so we got level 18. That's it. Hmm? Oh you mother...
Now you face Sun and Shadow.
Sun and Shadow's about to get an arrow up its ass.
We're too close to the tribal primitive stop us now. The data points, what did they contain?
I'm getting to them. Give me a second. First we gotta... 100 shards! Okay. Counselor guidelines. Candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. It is important to be aware that the candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the feral plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus the swarm, Addendum B1, and unfeasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addenda C1, 2, and 3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to Presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that real-time support will be available via your focus. Security medical crisis teams are, we will never know. Interview Suzanne. Oh!
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said. Not really. I was on the syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
So, yeah, I see this this is why we're reading everything. I know in the past I've kind of been skipping over a lot of dialogue points, but this time we got to read everything because this is such an important set of details. So as they showed,
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
The counselors have their guidelines.
Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, US Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
I'm pretty sure there's at least one of these that, because I want to see if I can find another counselor guideline, because I believe one of the other counselor guidelines specifies if a person wants to kill themselves from this, they are allowed to. Something along those lines. I forget. But yes, it is essentially Or maybe that was after the next one. Captain Okilo is such a badass. We don't get to learn it, but she's really well... Yes. Was there something up here? Aha! There was. There was. Okay. Another verbal one. Okay. But yeah, like, we've gotten 2 calm interviews, but I know we get at least... I don't know if we get the Polish guy that was mentioned earlier, but I know we're going to get a few. So, Dr. Suve...
There is some mistake. I don't understand why I was brought here. Why would you show me these things?
I know that there's already a lot to take in.
In the waiting area, I was seated with a Nobel laureate in biophysics and a monk, I think. He spoke neither English nor Mandarin. It is very strange. And General Harris? What was he talking about? The robot swarm, the Pharaoh plague? I understand it is terrible, but it really cannot be stopped? Why tell us this? There are people in Shanghai, my friends, my family. They have joined Operation Enduring Victory already. It is for nothing? We will all die?
We're going to be able to answer some of these questions.
I just want to know why I am here. It doesn't make sense to me.
You were brought here because of your skill set.
No, that can't be right. I am an art historian. I know Dutch masters, Japanese calligraphy, Gerhard Richter. What does that matter now?
We will find out. But first, hello, Rappy. Thank you, popping the question of the day. This one was technically meant for yesterday, but no one popped it, so I figured, why not hold on to it? So you can understand why it's themed the way it is. Who was your first waifu or husbando? For me, I actually brought this up. When River linked the Tenchi Muyo commercials. Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo was actually my first waifu. I think it's a toss-up between her and Jessica Rabbit, because I ended up seeing both around the same time, but Ryoko was definitely the girl that... Obviously Jessica is, Jessica, but Ryoko is definitely the first anime gal that I really just loved. And I still love her. I love her design. I love her character. Yeah, she is still one of my premier waifus. Tom Peach, wait, what does it say? PhD, molecular and cellular biology. Okay.
It is accurate, yes.
So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them?
Not just people. All
no one comes from...
matter.
Really?
Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel.
In a word, yes.
Who did this? Pharaoh? That arsehole. Is he here?
No, Doctor.
Please, tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doctor, please! You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
Yes! That is the adequate response! But also notice the wide range of talents we have here. We're not just interviewing like Americans here. I believe that was an Australian accent. I think the gal before was, I don't know, based off of that Suzanne Alpert, that could be European. Captain Okilo, that is probably that could be Japanese. Suve, that could be Chinese. Maybe. I'm not really sure. Tom Pake, he had kind of an Australian accent. But essentially what I'm trying to get at here is they're interviewing people from across the planet. There is no data security consultant, Travis Tate.
Want to discuss?
Whew. So, Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, it was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your
God.
team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malkeet was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me.
What the fuck, man?
I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go.
Okay. I want you guys to remember all of these interviews are supposed to be in like, what is it, 2050s, 2060s? A pack of tobacco cigarettes right now costs like $10 in some places. And we still have factories making them. Imagine what it's going to cost in 50 years. And he still has his tastes running classic. My God, you must have money. Also, pardon my ignorance, but what does he mean by conflict cappuccinos? Is he talking Colombian coffee? Obviously, he's talking very specific brands of coffee. I admit, while I do partake in coffee, I don't know much about the manufacture and distribution. I know some places are. I know that some places obviously give better coffee than others. Yada yada. The particular types of coffee can be very, very rare. I'm just not sure which particular brands of coffee he's talking about. Brad Andak, formerly of FAS. Oh, goody. I don't think they ever say for sure, but there are references to huge conflicts. That is fair.
You previously worked for Sharou Automated Systems.
On the Chariot Line self-replication routines?
Of course you were.
I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since.
Oh.
Would you like to take a moment?
No. I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Oh, that just gave me goosebumps. Because I feel bad for kind of skipping the dialogue. You know, I skipped through all. I didn't really read any of the data points when we went through Sharou Automated Industries, but I know I still remember a couple from past playthroughs talking about how, yeah, the entire R&D division was there was equal parts hesitation and fascination with the project. Obviously, what they were creating is something that, yeah, it's one of those things that like you couldn't really do normally. And yeah, Sharou was definitely stupid in a lot of cases because he's the one who basically said, like, we don't want a back door because if we put in a back door, that makes it so if we put in a back door or a self-destruct sequence, then what's to stop the enemy from just using that? So he was really trying to think in terms of militaristic opportunity without thinking ethics. Like he was Sharou is fucked up in many ways. Ron Felder, Aerospace Engineering.
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious.
No.
And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since '57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save?
Right,
the whole
the
generation
Odyssey.
ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
There we go. There's the crazy man. There's the crazy man. I knew we were going to get a crazy man. But, yeah, you know what? I forgot about the Odyssey. Do I have any data points on the Odyssey? Have I found any of the data points on the Odyssey? Robar, TD, Jeff Andreas, Riker. No, I have not. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there it is. Odyssey to Nowhere. There it is. There it is. I knew I had at least one world point. I just wasn't sure if I got it here. I knew I got it in the past, and I was going to go from memory, but here we go. Funeral for an Obsolete Future, an Odyssey to Nowhere. Paris, July 7th, 2057. 25 persons from 5 nations stand before the offices of Odyssey Euro West, hands clasped solemnly at their waists or held stiffly at their sides. Some are politicians, some are businessmen. These days, is there a difference? Some are scientists. Slowly, Gerhardt White steps to the podium. I regret to announce that as of today, the Odyssey is no more. What exists of the vessel will be abandoned in orbit. All personnel will collect severance income and be released from their contracts. The sad fact is that our species' greatest hope for an extraplanetary future was never able to escape the gravity of terrestrial, all-too-human conflicts. Perhaps the innovations we pioneered will help improve the lives of future generations. Time will tell. I actually think that there were multiple Swift, because I think there was a Odyssey Injustice 2041. So there was at least 3. So I'm missing the middle one, but let's see this one. What does Odyssey say about who we value? March 8th, 2041, so 16 years before the Odyssey failure. If you've been paying attention to all the public outrage in response to last week's announcement of the Odyssey project, you'd be forgiven for mistaking the proposed colony ship for a gold-plated space chariot that the world's trillionaires are conspiring to use to escape the climate catastrophe, leaving the rest of us to choke and drown and starve while the Richies rocket off to Sirius. One Earth spokesman, Azar Safavi, went so far as to say, the ability to drive the planet nearly to extinction and then even consider leaving it behind is the sole provenance of the obscenely, criminally rich. Dander up, hackles raised, you bet. Only problem is, Azar's got it all wrong. The Odyssey is not a cosmic escape pod for CEOs. It's a rare instance of long-term thinking in the midst of our collective disaster. Even if every aspect of the project goes swimmingly, which we all know will never happen, the ship won't even launch from orbit until 2080, by which time, let's face it, our species will either have found a way to reverse the climate or will have perished. Nor is the Odyssey a vanity project funded by the preposterously wealthy. It is rather a, yet again rare, instance of an international project co-founded by 5 nations, US, the Western European Alliance, India, China, and Japan. Yes, the project will accept donations by wealthy individuals, but donations will not buy a seat on the ship. The vast majority of the Odyssey's human passengers will not be old, rich, and smug, but very young, as in embryonic. The entire point of the project is to spawn a human population on the exoplanet blah blah blah. So yes, Short version, if the whole stuff with the Frozen Wilds didn't already beat it down enough, in roughly by the 2030s, in this universe, and let's be honest, most likely our own, the planet of Horizon Zero Dawn faces a climate crisis so devastating that as they entered the 2040s, there were multiple projects being conducted to, as we saw in the Frozen Wilds, to claw back, to try to return the climate conditions to something survivable, or find a way to survive without. There were multiple different projects, as we saw in the Frozen Wilds. One of them was the, Project Firebreak was related to... Yeah, no, Project Firebreak was one of the weather ones. That's right. Firebreak was one of the weather ones. Firebreak was one of the weather things. It was trying to keep the volcanoes from erupting and possibly use that energy for other purposes. And so, yeah, just thanks to stuff like Firebreak and various others over the 2040s, the climate crisis was able to be curtailed and reverted back, but Odyssey kept working as an extra mission, as a way to preserve humanity into the cosmos, so that even if all of these efforts here on our planet were to fail or something bad were to happen, there would still be humanity elsewhere, even if it was disconnected from us. But, yeah, Odyssey, needless to say, it failed. It was a colossal failure. There was just no way that it would work. And, yeah. This is what I love. Like, all of this that I just told you is side shit. You would not need to, like, this is where I'm with Swift on this. I love the thought, like the sheer amount of effort that they put into this game to do the entire narrative. Because you can get by with just the basic stuff. You can get by with just this basic stuff, but...
And it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere.
The more you learn, the more deeper the world becomes.
But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself.
And I don't know if you caught it, but
over the days to come,
Hades at the
you'll
bottom.
learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries.
Hephaestus.
From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us.
Hence why they
our
needed
world.
art majors.
And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it.
I like that Hades was the last one
We
left.
can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
Fuck, I love this.
Whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes, by a machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life. For us.
Yep.
But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how'd it end up in the wreckage of a feral robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the archive of knowledge, what happened to that?
And Hephaestus, taking over science.
I love that they even bring that up.
Maybe the answers lie ahead.
I love that if you did the DLC, then come here, you caught that, right? Silence brought up Hephaestus. I love that. Silence actually went and brought up Hephaestus. Come on, bullshit. Oh, okay. So make your selection. You are now in possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret to inform you that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you in making your choice. This is what I was referring to earlier. Number 1, participation. You will be assigned to a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours per week, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of your choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. Number 2, infinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the feral plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. Number 3, medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participation or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice or if you have further questions. I know that's kind of a heavy thing to be bringing onto a stream, but that's the case. At that point, you know too much. You have to make a choice. And that, again, I'm sure Twitch just loves hearing those words, but those are the terms. Those are the terms of this agreement. Is you've decided to keep going, you now have to decide how you end it. Do you work yourself to the bone? Exactly. Do you work yourself to death? Self-imprisonment or euthanasia, you have to choose. I'm choosing to use euthanasia over the simpler term. I am clearly choosing euthanasia because that one is a little bit easier to swallow. Yeah, it's I mean, this is a difficult point. This is an undeniably difficult point for all of the people going in. And we're going to see every single option. We are going to see every single option. All right. I am MVP, which means I get extra gold, and this goes random. Congratulations goes to SG. Alrighty, SG. Enjoy. All right, we're going to go on a quick ad break, then we're going to get back in. I promise you guys won't miss much. It is going to be a quick one. Unless Twitch decides to be an asshole. If it does, just know that there's nothing I can do about that. I cannot tell Twitch to only give you guys a couple of ads. I wish I could. I keep telling them minute of ads, minute and a half of ads, and then they just decide from there how much that's actually going to be. Oh, there they are. Royal Guard restores health, reduces healing. Damage resistance versus ranged. Warden, damage resistance versus ranged. Units become poisoned. You know what? I'll place a vampire. I will place vampire. I will place vampire. That will be nice. Also, I keep forgetting that you have to change these. You have to place these every single time if you want to put down the dialogue. Paladin, thank you for the epic vampire as well. Oh, that's right. That's the death scythe. Yes. That is the death scythe. Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty, let's get back in. And let's hear what some people have to say. Wait. Here we go. Counselor Guidelines, number 2. For debriefing after presentation. It is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on part of the counselor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection, validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and those of loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings toward greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobet's presentation as many times as they wish and allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which counselors will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against her or his will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the blah 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 blah. So, yeah. So once again, the counselors are being told, you have to be professional here. This is a terrible thing that you guys are complicit in, but you have to be professional. So here we have Brad Andak.
Of course I'll do it.
I think these are going to be all the people that we just...
The damage? I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. A better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. It's just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life.
I like that. I like that he even brings that up.
Twice as hard to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
I like that he brings that up because that is something that never ceases to bother me in so much media. Like, I'm sure I've said this before, but something that always bothers me about zombies, anything to do with zombies, anything, is that the only reason why zombie apocalypses are allowed to happen is predominantly that the universe that they happen in don't have a common belief of zombies. For example, The Walking Dead. There is a lot that I could say on The Walking Dead. There is a lot I can say about The Walking Dead's author and his absolute insanity in how he crafted The Walking Dead. But the main thing that I want to point out is that he has gone on record stating that the universe of The Walking Dead, the biggest reason why the zombie apocalypse was able to happen was because there was no fiction in that world that had any kind of notion of zombies. And so when the zombies came out, no one knew what to do. Everyone was confused. Everyone panicked. And that's why the apocalypse was able to happen. But that still rings as weird to me because Frankenstein is technically a zombie fiction when you think about it. That is still technically the dead coming back to life. That doesn't... What that means is, for a Walking Dead level zombie apocalypse to happen, you would have had to have hundreds of years in which not a single soul wrote a form of fiction involving the dead coming back to life. And that always bugged me. That always bugged me. And that bugs me in other science fiction things too, where it's like, wait a minute. How the hell do you guys... How the hell is this able to happen despite science fiction? And that guy just kind of said it point blank. He said it point blank that it is shocking how a century and a half of science fiction didn't stop things from happening. I mean, I still got to question how it could have happened, but you know what? I still like that they pointed out at least. All right, Ron Felder. Ron Felder was the aerospace engineer, the guy who was talking about the Odyssey.
Is he to make sure I behave this time?
Security, for your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. He's kind of blue skying. It's... Jesus.
It's your only option.
I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What are you... You don't... Get your hands off me!
Felder didn't read the fine print. Alright, so this is Suzanne Alpert, Environmental Reclamation. Oh, yeah.
If you're still nauseous. No, The inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this. But the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No. Life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like HZD East. Like the Congo. Like Timor. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock?
You grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety.
I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family?
I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized.
So you can't, so the population
A
will
habitat
end.
capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert.
Yeah.
If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years.
Yep.
I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words.
I'm sorry?
Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over.
I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
So we get one of each option. One person gets
Save these for the trail.
One person is all too happy to continue. One person has to be detained. One person goes for the euthanasia.
Intruder! Get her!
Oh, God damn it!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
Oh, come on. How? Are you guys just gonna stay there this whole... Okay, make it easy for me, please. Yeah, thank you for making it easy. Ah! Wow. I didn't think they were just gonna stand there the whole time. All right, Tom Peach. Log?
I hashed it out with them. What the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at
Damn
this
it.
stuff.
Is there
But the
another route?
alternative?
I've done this before. Just need my focus.
God damn it, I wanted to collect stuff. No, I don't want the fires. What is this thing anyway? What is this thing anyway? Where did they get these things? I'm actually kind of curious now.
Now this thing is dangerous.
Oh, we got a Butterfree. Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, I gotta catch you. You know, even though they gave us Vivillon with the whole, you know, unique design, you know, the unique wing designs and everything, I still like the OG. I still love the OG Butterfree. No, I don't need Fire Strikers, damn it. All right, let's start that data point again. All right.
I hashed it out with them.
Oh, God damn it.
I hashed it out with them. What the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo.
I gotta find a better...
We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic, attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
I like this man. I like this man. Which Pokemon would you like to see a dragon type of? Eevee, obviously. I'm still waiting for a dragon type Eevee. If I could turn a Pokemon into a dragon. For Alligator. I think that thing would look really badass as a dragon. Give it some dragon form.
I'll tuck that away.
All right, Christina Hasuve. This was the art girl.
Zero Dawn. It is art in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee?
Exactly.
By algorithm?
The Crocs already
My
have
family
dragon.
will be
That,
saved
like that
because
already
I
is
happen
kind of close to a
graduate in
dragon.
art history? Is this right?
Dr. Souvet? Christina Souvet?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art.
There you go.
Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
And then last but not least, Travis Tate.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous ZeroDie's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
Oh my god, you're an ass. That one's an ass. It was just him. It was just him. They gave a lot of the other one. Or are you talking about this kind of personality, like this kind of dickhole guy? You know, that is actually fair. I don't rightly know. That is actually a fair question.
Here we go. Another one of these.
Okay, so this one's
Need
broken.
to find the right configuration.
That one is broken though, so I'm sure there's a stereotype for
I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes.
So this one
if
is.
you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Oh, look at that. He did put it upside down. Look at that.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Left, up, left, down, right. Left, up, left, down, and right. But
I should check the door nearby.
But I do love that twist, though, that, you know, he's talking Project Zero Dawn's an abomination, but he's still gonna join in. I'm more used to them stereotyping Southern accents with stupid characters. Travis is brilliant. True, because I think we do get more dialogue with him. Oh, ladder. Like... Okay... Ah, the other part, right.
Found one. Looks intact.
Which is shocking, to say the least. It's only been a few thousand years. But, hey.
That should do the trick.
Okay, so now it's...
Now let's get that door open.
I'm gonna have to look at this multiple times. Down... Right? No. No, left. Down, left, up, right, down. Up, right, and down.
That did it.
Okay.
Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say on that, but I know that there's got to be a reason for it. And obviously the other thing is, Kuth, is that he's from Texas. Supposedly, our first dialogue option had said that his mom from Texas was a real Bible thumper. His words, not just mine. But isn't that kind of a trope of Texans, that they just speak it like it is? They don't really have a filter. Isn't that a Texan trope, or am I mistaken? Hi.
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
How?
Can you reach it?
How do you know that guy is up there?
So much for avoiding contact.
Hashtag no filter. Yeah. Whoa! Why did the... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have some fun here. Goodbye. Okay. And goodbye. Is that it? No one else. Oh crap! People want to play. People want to play. Oh! I was about to say no one else wants to play, but I was very wrong. Oh my god, I can barely see anything. Are you kidding me? Why did it spread so far? Why?
Die, apostate!
Ah, my twitch finger. No. I have no idea where you are. Okay, I don't know how that was a headshot, but okay. I see you. Where are you?
Push harder. The shadow.
There it is. Okay. Don't ask me how I got that. I don't know. Don't ask me how I hit that. No, you died.
That's the last
Burning people and cackling a real pyro. Yeah.
Or not.
Wait, we're not done? Oh, come on! Oh, wait. Well, you know what? Since we're gonna go pyro, we may as well go full pyro.
Room's clear. For a moment, anyway.
Get moving. You have to find.
I forgot I had that. I forgot I had that option. What the frick? Okay, resource supply box. Thank you. 50. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't make it in sets of 20. I make it in sets of 12. No wonder it's inefficient as all hell. Oh, before we go further, we gotta make sure we collect from here.
Alert.
Huh?
Area inaccessible. Elevators non-operational. Stairwells have collapsed.
Well, sounds like we're fucked 8 ways to Sunday. No stairwells, no elevators. What the hell are we supposed to do? How did I miss those? Oh, that's why. About to say, how did I miss these two on the side? Alright, well, they were kind enough to bring some Deathbringer guns down. I may as well take it with me. There you are. Simulation results. Margot Shen to Elizabeth Sobek. You weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind, as though she's already mourning their loss. And not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from the fossil record too. References to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes. I don't think you would like some of the things that she makes. Or, I guess, Hephaestus makes. Full steam.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus.
Oh, hi.
As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about 1/3 of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
There we go.
I don't get it. If Hephaestus was part of a system designed to save life, why would it use cyan to make a cauldron? And churn out machines with no other purpose than to kill people?
Somehow it's gone rogue. I don't understand why or how. But whatever the reason, it explains why machines have become more dangerous over the years.
Yep. All of this does get explained in the main story too. Okay, so we already did these two. Did I miss one? All right, full steam ahead. Margot. If I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan, add up a comprehensive plan. It's time to start the construction. One detail. Consult with Ayamid Okilo before you finally... Oh! Captain Okilo! Before you finalize the silo inventories. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation code, so any exotic materials needed for the towers should be accounted for in the inventory plan. I don't think we get that particular if you haven't done... No, you don't. No. Anything having to do with Hephaestus or Cyan, this is what we were talking about as I was doing the Frozen Wilds. Depending on like, I love this attention to detail. I love that attention to detail, that the point in time in which you do the DLC it has ripples in the main story. Nothing like there's no additional cutscenes, but they take the time to put in extra dialogue. So I love that. I love that attention to detail. That is such a good attention to detail, and I feel as though I am missing something, but I'm not seeing... It said that I was missing... It says I'm missing an audio...
I've seen these shapes before. In cauldrons.
But of course, the birthing places of Gaia's machines.
I have to jump, don't I? Thank you. Let me grab this again.
Luck's with me.
But yeah, that will get explained why Hephaestus went rogue. That will get explained here shortly. Okay, so this stairwell isn't crumbled. I'm waiting. Yeah, okay, so that's... Oh, isn't that where I get the data thing for, Oh, I think that's where... I think that's our final, final point. Oh, okay. We got Stream Raiders. Yeah, I think that's where we need to go to get the non-corrupted... All right, I'm going. You don't gotta hit me up twice, Stream Raiders. I am attentive enough. Why is it doing it twice now? Whatever. Leroy, get us going, please.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
Stream Raiders nagging. I don't know why it's nagging, but it's nagging. It definitely wants to nag. But yeah, something that we still haven't gotten was we wanted to try to get an uncorrupted data sample, or it was God, what was it that we needed? We needed something for back in the Nora lands. There was a reason why we couldn't access that particular area because of... Oh yeah, that's right. Their data files were corrupted, so we needed to find a non-corrupted data file. So I got MVP again, so we are gonna go... Well, you know what? I'm going to give Swift and Paladin. I'm going to give you guys rewards. I definitely want to give you guys the rewards. I rebeat Ratchet & Clank PS4. Nice. I technically own that game, but I have actually not played it. I've played Ratchet & Clank before. Like, I played the original way back when, but I haven't played the PS4 reboot. I'd like to do that one of these days. Honestly, there's so many games that I want to play, but there's so many things, too, that I've got to finish. I've got to clear my backlog before... Oh, no, I know. We had the movie, too, at the same time. But no, I've got to clear some of this backlog. Because we got to get... Obviously, we're going through Horizon Zero Dawn so we can play Forbidden West. But, yeah, we've got to get those last 3 games on the backlog done and dusted. Because BioShock Infinite, I believe... Let me double check, because obviously today is the last day for the poll. The poll will keep going until tonight. You guys are free to change your vote, but right now, BioShock Infinite is looking to be our winner. It is looking like we're going to be starting BioShock Infinite, but I absolutely want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake again. It's been a while since I've played that. I am itching to play that, but I need to play Dark Souls, you guys. I cannot believe I'm saying this. It's been over a year. It has now been a year. A full-blown year since we have played Dark Souls. Because I actually initially... I I was thinking about this just a couple days ago, you guys. I was thinking about this just a couple days ago. When we started, when I started playing. Oh, absolutely. I want to play all three, SG. I'm only bringing this up because of like I said, there's a big reason for it. But no, BioShock Infinite is a great game, SG. We've played BioShock 1 and 2 for both of my Halloween streams. But BioShock Infinite doesn't really work for Halloween, so instead of waiting for October, I really want to just play BioShock Infinite so that we've got the Holy Trinity. We've got all three BioShocks under our belt. But the same thing is true of Dark Souls. We started Dark Souls 1 last year. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2. We played it starting in 2021. We stopped in February of 2022. We finished Dark Souls 2, and then we put it on pause. We put the game on pause. We put the series on pause. Sorry. We put the series on pause in February because of Elden Ring. I wanted to play Elden Ring. I pre-ordered the game. I will never forget having to wait for that damn game to show up. But we played Dark Souls 1 and 2 a year ago, and I said to you guys at the time that we were only putting Dark Souls on break so that we could play Elden Ring and that we would return to Dark Souls 3. It has been almost a year since then. So, needless to say, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I want to play because we went through Crisis Core. You know, I want to continue that story. BioShock Infinite has that pedigree here on the channel that I absolutely want to finish up. And the same is true of Dark Souls. It is now currently the only FromSoft title that I own that I have not played on the channel. We have played Bloodborne, we have played Sekiro, we have played Dark Souls 1 and 2, we have played Elden Ring. The only damn thing that I can't play is Demon Souls, and that's because I don't freaking own it on the PS3. Although, I don't know if I'd want to get it on the PS3 or if I'd want to just wait for get it on the PS5. So, like I said, it feels off to me that we still haven't played Dark Souls 3, so before I go saying like, oh yeah, no, we're absolutely going to play other games, play this, play that, play all the things, we got to get that backlog done first. So, that being said, I had to bring that up because it's been eating away at my head. It's been eating away at me, and I just wanted to bring it up this whole time. All right. Whole reason why I haven't gone back in game is because I have to use the bathroom. I wanted to get that out before I use the bathroom. We'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. I just got to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be back. Thank you guys so much. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. Like I said, nature was calling, and I couldn't exactly put them on hold. So let's get going. Oh no, that's.
I think this is it.
That's the thing we need.
Sobek's office.
Yep.
But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Thank you, River.
Keep looking.
Thank you for the supply box. Anyone else want to fight?
More clips.
Careful now.
Oh. What do you mean careful? I got a big fuck off gun. I'm gonna first steal their other big fuck off gun. Where are you?
Welcome to Apollo, the collective
hi.
memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebadi. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation
thank you for
of
the epic
human
flag bearer.
knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement.
SG, thank you for the epic
Apollo
war
is,
beast.
therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula. By which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
Okay, I just want to bring this up. She mentioned a zettabyte. I just looked this up. We know we currently work in terabytes in terms of data. So a zettabyte is roughly 909,494,701 terabytes. So it is a stone's throw away from a billion terabytes is 1 zettabyte. And we had how many zettabytes? Buster, thank you for the triple whammy. Thank you. And they got to do that in roughly, 400 days? Collect all that data? Oh. Just collecting all that data has got to be insane. Congrats on the Luminian, SG. Encapsulated DNA. And the winner is Encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days, I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions. Magnetic, optical, quantum, even that Eternity Tech that Faz was shilling a year or so ago. Aha! Eternity Tech, aka the Apoca Shitstorm Tour. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300 to 400 years, etc. Sorry I'm late, was fighting my tiny one to lay down for a nap. Not a problem, Starla, not a problem. We are currently going through the Project Zero Dawn facility. We have learned that Project Zero Dawn was not a weapon to eliminate the robotic scourge, but instead a time capsule of sorts to try to reinvigorate the planet after humanity was long dead. So yeah, they basically proved that, yeah, there is no stopping the Pharaoh Plague. There was no stopping it. The robots were going to destroy everything, completely wipe out the entire planet, turn into a hollow husk. And Project Zero Dawn, the purpose of that is to just have the robots do that, let them do that, let them go extinct, and then bring everything back. Not necessarily make them... part of the project was to make them extinct, but it was basically the necessary amount of time it would take to create the shutdown codes for the robotic plague would have taken well over 50 years, and total planetary extinction was set to happen in roughly 1.5 years. So needless to say, there's a big time gap. So Project Zero Dawn was to simultaneously make that code to kill the bots and then build something up afterwards. So we've been kind of going through a lot of these different data points showcasing what Project Zero Dawn is all about, how it's got multiple different... the main program was Gaia. Everything, the entire system of Zero Dawn is named after the Greek god. So you have the main node Gaia is the one that will work towards revitalizing the planet, and Gaia would have multiple different subroutines that would perform different tasks. We saw Hephaestus, we saw Hades. So we found out what Hephaestus is from the DLC. Hephaestus was a subroutine for Gaia whose entire purpose was building the bots. We have yet to learn what Hades does, but right now we're learning about Apollo, which is supposed to be a repository of all of human knowledge for the humans that would be birthed later to access to learn. So now we're seeing Samina Ebaji talking about what's the storage medium. So yeah, all the other storage solutions had too many problems. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 plus zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. Again, a zettabyte is roughly 1 billion terabytes. There are still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material which will embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at negative 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 plus years. So long as I assure you that it didn't factor into my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed propitious, I think, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life as the hero, beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time, peace be with you, Samina. But yeah, like I said before, I know up until now I've kind of been glancing over a lot of these, but now is kind of, it's kind of important to read all of this because all of these data points, they really help expand. They really help to expand on some of the finer details. So Apollo update. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of a copy of the Homer Archive from Far Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up, bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea doomed that goal from the outset, with attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of the heuristic curricula, they are performing well with testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high levels of engagement with and trust in the Aristotle and Aspasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half of my professors had been so entertaining. Peace be with you. Okay, the Homer archive. I forget. I don't know if I ever got a data point on Homer, but essentially, in the same sense as we saw with Odyssey being a precursor to a lot of the technology that they ended up using with Zero Dawn, the Homer thing that Samina mentioned there was another. It was another historical point. Basically, it was supposed to be another similar repository of knowledge that, yeah, so, you know, it was basically a data archive. And so, hi. So yeah, basically because of that data archive, that allowed this mammoth undertaking of collecting all of this data to actually be feasible. How are you today? I was a little depressed when we started, but I'm doing, altogether I'm doing pretty well.
Where is
Yeah, just see if you guys can freaking fight me. No, I'm actually having fun now. Where are you? Very good. No. Take the damn fire starter. Or not fire starter. Take the damn gun and use it to kill. Also, I love that they're not actually searching for me. No. I thought I was close enough. Oh, the first DLC pass. I'm gonna guess $5 for the first pass.
company? Look alive.
You've had company for a little while. Me and Tiny are sick with cold, so we have to be cuddled up. Oh dear. That's never fun. That is never fun. Come on, buddy. Come on! You know you want 50. How many songs? How many songs are featured in that? Yeah, never fun to be sick, especially for the little. Absolutely. Oh. Will you? I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have fun shooting you in the back.
That's the last of them. Alone once more.
Yeah!
Wonders. Look around. See if anything is left.
Probably shouldn't have done that in such a sensitive facility, but oh well. Oh me, oh my. Alright, we got a data point up here. Harry's testimonial. What did that say? Stacks closed, unable to archive.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory.
Oh, right, this one.
My name is General Aaron Harris.
I like this.
From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry, and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
I like that. I really love that. Because he doesn't, he understands his part in all of this, and he doesn't want to hide from it. Is it, you know, did he lead, he probably single-handedly led more people to death than any dictator, any other general, any dictator, any like, he probably put more people to death through his actions, through his military actions and decisions in the war for those 14 months. He undeniably sent more people to their deaths than any war currently on record. If we go simply on the death toll that he oversaw, he is probably more, he did more than every single despot and dictator that we know of combined. And he's not running away from that. And I appreciate that. He knows the cost of life he put in. He knows it had to be done. It's not like he was sending people to the slaughterhouses for fun. But he still wants his footnote in history to be read as thus. I appreciate the hell out of that. So, sorry to hear that. Never fun to be sick. Nope, especially when the weather goes from warm to cold again. That's why we got hit. Yeah. Isn't that always the way where, you know, you start you get that sudden drastic shift, and it always fucks with you. It messes with me too, Starla. I totally get it, but I hope you start feeling better soon. So wait a minute. River, you're throwing so many different numbers at me. You said the first pass is $15. Each pack costs $5. I'm confused what we're dealing with here in terms of, regardless, that seems like a lot for that seems like a fair amount for what I was asking, River, was how many songs were in that pack. Like, what is the breakdown of $15? What do you actually get for $15? See, this is something that DLC does way too often that I don't like, is they don't really provide enough. A lot of DLCs just don't provide enough value for what you're putting in. Like, yeah, I don't feel like adding songs.
Welcome to Hades. Zero Dawn's extinction failsafe.
Hold on. This is important. We have to hear Hades. I'll finish my point and then we'll get into this. That sounds way too expensive in general. $30 for what essentially comes down to a bunch of songs. I know that sounds a little judgmental, but again, unless see my whole point is, River, like you said, the first season pass comes with World's Ends With You, Live a Live, Near, and the EGA Frontier. I don't know what that one is. I have no idea what that one is. I don't even know what you're intending to say there, because I know that's the Saga Frontier, I think. So sorry, Starlin SG. Yes, but here's my thing, River. In my experience with Theatrhythm, they've never done the entire OST. Thank you very much, Starla. they've never done the entire soundtrack for these games. They always cherry pick maybe at most a dozen songs from each game. And so that's why I'm looking at this going like $30. You're not gonna, I highly doubt you're getting the full soundtrack for all 4 of those games. At best, you're getting maybe 20 songs from each. Now, granted, for a rhythm-based game, you don't need every single song. There's going to be a lot of songs that just don't really work for a rhythm game. I get that. But it's still, I don't know. I can't see that as a justifiable purchase. I've already said before, I'm not a fan of Theatrhythm. I like it I like the concept of the rhythm portion of it. As a game, it's an interesting game, but I could never get behind the borderline predatory DLC practices, especially since, I mean, like you just said, they're putting back World Ends With You, Live a Live, and Nier, some of their most popular stuff of recent age. And oh my god. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, me and Theatrhythm, I'm just not a big fan of. So I think we may have to stop talking about Theatrhythm for a while because, yeah, I just don't know if there's going to be any positive things to say.
Protocol.
All right, so Extinction Failslave.
Killer app.
All right.
Now, I know what you're thinking.
Here we go.
The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos, a spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocate it. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial.
You really didn't need to add that
All for the
part.
greater good, of course, but
Didn't need to add that part.
still, kind of metal.
You didn't need to add that
So
part.
welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct? And how's it end up in the wreckage of a pharaoh titan getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
If Hephaestus went rogue, why not Hades too?
That's what I'm thinking, but why? And what caused it?
Keep searching, and perhaps we'll find the answer.
Yes, we will. So yes, Hades is, as the programs go, Hades is supposed to be the failsafe. Obviously, that's a very good. What they say is a very good point. Hades isn't, or Gaia's not going to get it right the first time, as we know. Gaia's entire programming was set to begin within 100 years of its implementation. So it was supposed to be, timeline-wise, was you take 50 years, the initial 50 years, to get the codes together for to eliminate the Pharaoh plague, get rid of the robots. 50 years. After 100 years or so, or maybe even after the 50-year mark, on year 51, Gaia is supposed to start working, building robots that will start to fix the atmosphere. And, fix the atmosphere, get things ready for life. But it's been thousands of years since the Pharaoh Plague. I cannot remember specifically, but I know when we were at Pharaoh Automated Systems, it gave us an estimate somewhere in the ballpark of a couple thousand years had passed since the days of humanity, since the initial days of humanity. Let's get going on this, and I'll get back into it.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
But yeah. So again, as our lovely little douche canoe described, Gaia's not going to get it right the first time. She's not going to figure things out. There's going to be some trial and error as things are figured out. And so, unfortunately, Gaia's entire protocol is about preserving life. It's about keeping things... Gaia's entire protocol is about trying to bring life back, trying to build and do whatever it takes. So Gaia's entire thing is about growth, about building. It's not going to be able to decide that, oh, well, this isn't good, let's get rid of it. It's going to keep trying. It's going to keep pushing it's going to keep forcing the issue. Tomorrow you'll be busy. I won't be able to join you tomorrow on Pokemon. That sucks, River, but I understand. Go do what you got to do, and we will catch you on Friday. Thank you for giving me that heads up, man. Thank you for giving me that heads up. But yeah, you will be missed, absolutely. But yeah, you got to do what you got to do. I totally get it. All right, going on a quick ad break while we get through Stream Raiders. I definitely want to go for the gold. I would definitely like gold, please. Gold is pretty. Gold is a pretty, pretty thing. We still need to place a musketeer. I'm going to regret this decision. Oh, yes. I'm going to regret this decision because, god damn it, I'm going... Oh, my god. My musketeer is going to get stolen. I know it is. Oh, well. And we got enough event tokens. That's good. Get kills. We can do that. Musketeer. More gold. Gotta remember to place an Orc Slayer today. If I don't place an Orc Slayer, I'm gonna fall behind. Alright. So, there we go with that. Alright. So, the one we were talking about earlier is what I was going to be busy on. The one we were talking... What, Theatrhythm? Oh, you're going to be playing Theatrhythm. Okay. Alrighty. Where was I? Oh, yeah, Hades. Yeah. So, obviously, like they said, Gaia's programming won't allow her to destroy what she's created, so that's what Hades is there for. Hades is supposed to be the subroutine that just wipes the slate clean. And it makes sense. It makes sense. You can't have, like... It makes sense that in order to create this super AI, you've got to have these subordinate functions. That's... The original purpose of these is that they weren't meant to be unique entities. It's basically like you're building that part of the brain. Imagine if you didn't have a part of your brain that allowed you to justify wiping the slate clean. You know, where you just go like, oh, well, shoot, I can't do anything now. I got to start over. Imagine if you didn't have that in your brain. That's essentially what Gaia is without Hades. Hades is supposed to be that part of the brain that says, okay, we have fucked up, we've got to start over. The whole reason why they're set into these subroutines with names and everything is because you've got to have different people dedicated to this, because I believe there's another data point here that's going to talk about it. Noise complaints. Oh god, yeah, this is, I remember this one. Color me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying, and you know it. Old Trav don't have no truck with commercialized razzle-dazz, nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of Cytarium runoff than listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God and swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore we're blasting in the Hades lab, shaking the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classical music. 80s and 90s mostly. God, that hurts. Calling death metal classical. Oh my god. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese gore grind, some Swedish cannibal themed stuff too. Stop by if you want to listen. Or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no Bashcore you'll see, or hear rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel in the throbbing pulse of the floor and the walls, and sealing, swallowing you up like you was Jonah trapped in the gullet of gothic deathfish. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Oh my god, that wasn't a typo. That is actually hallelujah. As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal? Might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malts, and industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we were supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Stay cool, Trav. Fusselter, thank you for the epic bomber. God, I love that. He's getting noise complaints and he's trying to specify. It's like, that ain't Bashcore, that's death metal, bitch. Alright. Here we go. So this is what I'm talking about, I believe. Alright. Tay here. Just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Guy's rather extreme executive authority. If that ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, sometimes her arms too. Is your wristband a Mega Evolution wristband? No. No, it is a Mega Man Zero sweatband. I actually found this at my first or second convention. I found this beauty. Well, you know what it was? I found it at my first convention and I bought it on my second. Because at the time there was a vendor, and if you guys go to conventions, if you guys go to a convention regularly, you know, the same convention multiple times over the years, you'll start to notice that specific conventions will attract the same specific vendors. This is kind of a given because obviously you're going to get a lot of vendors that are in the area. Obviously for this was SAC Anime, so we're talking Sacramento. But you'll get stuff from Sacramento, but you'll also get stuff from, say, the Bay Area or Oregon or Nevada. Essentially, every convention will typically attract the major vendors of those areas to the convention. And so you'll start to see the same people, the same booths at every single convention. Now, obviously, their wares will change over the years. It's not like you're just going like, oh, well, I've already been to this booth. I have everything that they have. No, that's never going to be the case. But it's always going to be the case that, like, for me, for example, I know when I go to SAC Anime that there's always this one vendor that has some of the latest and greatest figures. Monster Hunter, Gundam, Gundam vendors tend to just sell Gundams. That's kind of the interesting thing. Hello, Silty. Gundam vendors will tend to just sell Gundams, although there are a few vendors that will kind of diversify and do a little bit of everything. But they're like at SAC Anime, there's always this one guy that's near the front that always has the big, heavy, you know, like, he always has some of the really expensive, the good stuff. I believe this particular vendor, he tried to do blind boxes for about 2 or 3 years, and they were really successful because they were giant Yoshi eggs. Multicolored, and they were big. They were, like, literally, like, bigger than your head size blind boxes. They were big eggs. And it was always cool because you could see these eggs from a mile away, and it was like, oh yeah, it's this booth. There's always like 2 different plushie booths that I always frequent looking for Monster Hunter plushies. So on and so forth. You'll see the same vendors at a particular convention because obviously they're going to attract whatever is semi-local, not just what's in that city or in that county, but what's in that state and what is in adjacent states. All of this to say that, going back to the whole wristband thing, I saw this particular vendor, they sold Gundams, Nendoroids, and small accessories. They actually had an entire section of their booth that sold nothing but sweatbands of every different variety. You had Mega Man, you had Full Metal Alchemist, you had it was all sorts of gaming and anime related wristbands. And at the time, like I said, first time I went to a convention, I looked around. I don't think I bought anything. Trying to think. Did I get one of you at my first convention, or did I wait until my second? I might have waited until my second convention to start getting plushies. I know that I started to get the shirts pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure the first convention I went to, I bought some Shark Robot shirts. Because 3 shirts for $50, that is a deal I will never pass up. But I believe it was on my second convention run that I had probably like $10, $15 left over. And on a whim, I went to this one booth that sold these wristbands, and I bought it. I bought it. I still don't really wear it that much because I don't really need sweatbands. My body exudes enough heat as it is. But I don't know, partway, like maybe a few months after I started using webcam, you know, I started off without a webcam. A few months in, I finally decided to don the cap, don the wristband, and yeah, never really looked back. The only sad part is, River, is I can't get a replacement of these. I actually looked around. I have not seen a vendor at a convention selling these in years, because apparently whatever company made them, I think it's got a... God, no, it doesn't even. This was apparently Capcom merch. The person who sold those wristbands, they no longer sell them because they're no longer being made. So it actually is going to be a challenge if this thing ever gets torn up, because I can already see it fraying in a couple of parts. If this thing gets damaged, I'm not going to be able to get a replacement for it. Like, you guys see me fiddling with it a bunch. That's because the elastic on it has essentially worn out. There is no elastic to it. It basically, it is conformed to my wrist, and so it loves slipping and sliding around, like just a little, yeah, just like, watch that. Like, see, there it is, and there it's gone. Little bit of shake is all it takes for it to move. So that's why you guys see me adjusting it all the time, as I'm trying to make sure it stays up. But yeah, that's the answer. Sadly, I do not have a Mega Evolution wristband. I don't know if I can still buy some of those. I'd have to look around, but anyway. The long and the short version of that, River, is no, it is not a Mega Evolution wristband, but it is specifically Mega Man related. So again, this is why Mega Man is still such a big part of me. You know, Mega Man Zero, Z. That's me. That's where the Zero in ZeroBudgetGamer originally came from. I've said that before. I wanted to make a username with the word Zero because I love Mega Man Zero, and the name just kind of spawned from there. So yeah, Yeah, are you guys X? Oh, maybe. Maybe, you little boobop. Anyway, let's get into the Hades protocol, because this is actually very important. The whole thing about Gaia and Hades. So again, Tate here just popped 3 blues, finally found the Goldilocks solution. Before this, every protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, sometimes her arms too, so that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business, so we had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for the wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretended to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly re-reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky. I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's just simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Oh, those blues are coming on strong now, so I'm not really describing it so clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are plenty strongs. Guess time to sleep in bed. I'll back to it tomorrow, Gators. I don't know what a blue is, but it is clearly something that he took too many of. So yeah, in general practice, Hades is supposed to be a thing that isolates Gaia. What's supposed to happen is Hades apparently has to recognize the way the protocol is supposed to work is Hades is supposed to recognize that Gaia has failed. Something has gone wrong in the ecosystem, something has gone wrong in the evolution, something in the entire protocol of Gaia has gone wrong, and it needs to be reset. So Hades has to essentially take control away from Gaia and wipe the slate clean. But as we saw, if you go too hard on it, you could essentially, again, that's Hades has to stop Gaia, which means you could effectively kill the coding, break part of the subroutines, which could leave Gaia worse off for the next run. But if it's too soft, Gaia is smart enough to realize what's going on, and it'll sneak under and lie. So yeah, he found the solution, and here we are. Archive abuse. Oh god. Wait. This mail concerns Apollo Archive submission number 23876, your 666th submission in just 5 days, and oh, what a doozy. So this is to Travis Tate again, this lovely person. Despite earlier warnings of inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me then to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just one, but all 16 installments of making a millipede. Is that supposed to be like Human Centipede? Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved, extreme perhaps, but art. Okay. 2, for clarifying a concept that has so long been ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous utterance, I know it when I see it. Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo staff to summarily reject all of your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest the time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, oh, I don't know, your assigned work? We have a world to save after all, or the rest of us do anyway. Wonder if these messages are leading to these particular ones, no. These particular ones are more explaining what Zero Dawn was about. These are all, remember, River, these are all data points of the past, showcasing what went into creating Zero Dawn. Swift, thank you for the epic tank, by the way. And I know we've kind of gone a little long on these.
Looks like the only way onwards.
Oh, we fighting?
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances, but as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me.
I love that.
The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts,
whoa.
Let us begin.
Oh, okay. That's what he... So obviously, I don't think I have any data points on the two Accords that he talked about, but clearly, considering that even now in the 2020s, there have been talks of designer babies, of using genetic modification to try to not just eliminate the potential for genetic disease, but to also try to customize your resulting child into being something, again, of a designer baby, of having a genetic, just having a bunch of genetic positives, for lack of a better term. I can kind of understand, I can kind of take a guess as to what the Accords listed here are talking about. Essentially, they don't want you, like he said, Eleuthia, its whole design is to bring humanity back in its entirety. No cherry picking genetics, no saying like, okay, if we're gonna have African DNA, it's got to be only from these people. If we're gonna have Chinese DNA, it only has to be from these. If you are prepared. I love that they couldn't be bothered to list the French. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, they wanted to make sure it was completely unbiased, and it would continue to be a melting pot. This is the reason why I keep bringing up that there is no concept of race in Horizon Zero Dawn, because every single cradle was designed to birth humans of every single race and gender. There was no biases, and so every single tribe, as we have seen through the game, is a melting pot of every single race. So again, if anyone had been curious as to why, that's one of the things. It is a social yeah, exactly. All right, so FZ chambers. Yeah, exactly. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over technical documentation. They're a revelation, astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Far Zenith in trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risks of ECMO, I don't know, resolved. Nutrition delivery, resolved. Hormonal stability, resolved. 12 other risk areas, resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand, but if the rest of FZ's technology is at this level, well, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. Mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm gonna rest for a few hours, then get back to it. Expect a fabrication plan within 4 to 8 hours. So like I was saying before, with the Homer initiative, with Odyssey, Zero Dawn is using technology projects that successes and failures in this universe to basically they're using every resource imaginable to make this work. And that's what I love, is that it wasn't this entire excursion. This is why I'm taking the point to emphasize all of the data points, because this wasn't just some magic project that, oh, we got the best and the brightest and we worked for 14 or 18 months and we got it to work. No, they had shortcuts. They had all of the resources that they could have possibly had, and it still came down to the wire. That is what I think is one of the most brilliant elements of this entire game, is that the fact that it's emphasizing everything in these data points is emphasizing. If all you did was just run through and do the cutscenes, you would think that this was just some miracle of science fiction, but the finer points detail that it wasn't. It was tough. It was rough work. They needed every shortcut they had, otherwise it literally wouldn't have worked if they didn't have these other bits. If the Odyssey didn't exist, Eleuthia would not exist. If the Homer project didn't exist, Apollo wouldn't exist. I'm sure every other section had points like that, where they had to use existent technology, existent projects, and bring it over. We actually saw, I don't really know where they got utilized, but we even saw at the end of the Frozen Wilds DLC, when we went into the Cauldron, we got data points saying that members of Operation Firebreak were brought on into Zero Dawn. Again, we're not going to see data points to that effect here, but I can finally say it. Yes, the people who worked on Firebreak, who created Cyan, that's the important thing. The people who created the AI to Cyan, the people who worked on Firebreak, all of them got brought into Zero Dawn, and obviously we don't know how many of them stayed, but their research, their progress helped. It is actually, I think we can actually, after this, we could probably go to Cyan and she could probably explain that some of Cyan, if not all of Cyan's AI work, by her creators, were used in creating Gaia and the other AIs. Eleuthia 01 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across Xinjiang province could detect it. Pingback from crucial systems is good. For our maiden voyage, a success. Regards my disputes with the betas over zygote selection. Of course I understand we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree there is margin for refinement in future cradle populations. Donc, in addition to personally overseeing completion of Eleuthia 2 site inside Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan from within the week. Patrick Brockert Klein.
Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
Model K. Cradle Servitor Personae. Development of the artificial personae for Cradle Servitors, Nurturer, Disciplinarian, Healer continues at a good pace. We are targeting Turing 0.4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops within the disciplinarian and healer personae. I have also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behavior. A parental argument, if you will. Amusing on first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings. So, in other words, we already learned that personae, there is a similar setup in the Apollo program where they basically had to create AI teachers. Well, here, for the cradles in Eleuthia, they have to create servitors, robots who will take care of the children until they can basically take care of themselves. But yeah, having two of these robots basically fighting each other over their supposed duties, yeah, that's not exactly a good thing. That is something you would definitely want to phase out as soon as possible.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Alright. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Because I may miss the world data points in this one, but I don't want to miss too many of the, oh god. Where are you? What is this?
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted.
Hey.
To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while
That's
she's
where
still in the
Hades came
cradle.
from.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak
Oh.
outside protocol?
Oh, that's... okay.
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Pharaoh's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
Okay. We will get into Stream Raiders now, but I believe that was the introduction of Hades as the kill switch. Unless we're actually talking a full-blown kill switch, and I have forgotten about that. Is that what Hades is looking for? Ooh.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
I know, weird time to be throwing Leroy in, but that actually changes some things. That I had forgotten about that. Or it's a mixture of I had forgotten, and I didn't consider that. I may not have considered that in the beginning. Where... yeah, I may not have considered that initially, where... I think it'll be explained or not. Because, as we know, yes, Hades went rogue. I feel like I don't need to really explain that part. And Hades' entire role is to eliminate and, you know, well, not necessarily just destroy indiscriminately, but wipe the slate clean. Alright, let's see how this works. Puny Celestials not welcome in our lands. If that's true, monster, free our Celestial Princess. She is different. She's gonna marry Prince Roman and become an Abyssal like us. Not under our watch. Attack! Now, if this is our last one for... If we win, first attack deals triple damage. How much do you deal? 10, so you deal 30. Okay. Abyssal Hulk, targets in front. Abyssal Fiend, target support and range units. Oh, delolly. I guess we'll place an Orc Slayer up front. If we win this, we will call it a day for Stream Raiders. If we lose, we will keep going. Oh, okay. You know what? I don't mind that. Let's do that. Let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. I like that way. Pincer attack. I like that. Yeah, I was a little curious at first, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I like that. I like that concept. Get with the pincer. So yeah, like I said, if we win if we win, that'll be the end of Stream Raiders. If we lose, we'll go until we win.
Nuts would benefit from antilocene morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience...
Buster, thank you for the epic vampire.
A grief that is difficult to describe. Am I not functioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
Are you sure? Because I could swear on Twitter they were talking about giving us Valentine's specific events.
Looks like it used to hold something. Some component that got removed.
Okay. I don't see anything to scan here.
You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
I'm surprised
when
we
you're
didn't
back up
get
and
one.
running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you,
all things are possible. I can totally understand getting cold feet near the end there. I can totally understand that being, especially if you had to start early. Like I don't remember how much time, how early we're talking. If we're talking days, weeks, or months that they had to go before planned schedule, but yeah, I don't blame her for feeling nervous. Maybe they're saving it for this week's video, but hold on. Are you sure, River? Cause double check. Because I could have sworn something was said about. I could have sworn they said something. I could have sworn I saw a Twitter post. Let me double check this. Oh, come on. I look up Monster Hunter and I'm getting... There it is. I'm just looking for Monster Hunter's official... Hard at work on free update 5. Oh, never mind. Nope. You know what, River? I read it wrong. I read it wrong. Their tweet yesterday was, in honor of Valentine's Day, here's a few power couples you can look forward to meeting in upcoming event quests. Okay. I misread that. I thought they were saying that these were the event quests. Okay. So, yeah, maybe I think that's what they're doing. I think they're working on it. All right. My bad. My bad. Okay. Odyssey has failed. Ah, this was the big one. Yeah. You started playing Rise. What do you think of it so far, Starla? Some terrible news, I'm afraid. Far Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicated a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo, all were lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of the human species and earthly life. You must succeed, Elizabeth. Oh, that's right. So, yeah, the data points that we had before, like this one was essentially... Okay, so I remember now. I haven't been able to get past the first monster. Oh dear. The only things I can really suggest, Starla, is number one, try other weapons. Whatever weapon you're currently using, try something a little different. You never know. You might find something that works for you. Number two, do not be afraid to restock on items. One of the nice things about the 5th generation of Monster Hunter, World and Rise, is you can always head back to camp, get more items, get more resources, and be able to heal up. But for the most part, I do gotta warn that at no point in the game, if you are making sure to... If you are always... I'm trying to think how I want to say this. At no point in time, Starla, are you ever going to get to a point where your armor, where your defenses are gonna allow you to tank everything a monster gives. Especially when you get into the higher difficulty quests. Hi. Hello, Apaz. Especially when you get into the higher difficulty quests, Starla, most times monsters will always... They're always going to be... They're always going to be very tough. They're always going to be able to 3-shot you, if not 2-shot you. So, a very good practice as a starting hunter. I'm going to try the dual blades over the longsword, and the time is longer than in. That is true. But yeah, one of the things that I would always suggest as a new hunter is, if you take damage at any point in time, back away and heal. Just always stay topped off. It's, again, don't be afraid to burn through resources. If you can kill monsters, you will get those resources back eventually. Just, like I said, don't be afraid to just back away, get some healing in. But yeah, longsword is a good weapon, but it's not, like, I know that longsword currently has the largest player base. Like, I think like 60% of the player base uses longsword. Sometimes you can find you'll have better luck with other weapons. It very seriously. Dual blades is really good. Sword and shield can be really good since you can block. Believe me, Starla, your initial experience in Monster Hunter games is always going to be tough. The fact that you brought up Iceborne, I don't know if that means you've played Iceborne, but yeah, if this is truly your first Monster Hunter experience, then yeah, like I said, it's the first experience is always the toughest. It takes time to kind of get that muscle memory, learn how to use the weapons. Don't be afraid to look up guides, because they're like, one of the big things about Monster Hunter, I'm sorry that I'm talking so much about Monster Hunter when we're playing Horizon, guys. I swear we'll get back into this back. Stuck on the first monster in the beginning. Yeah, that first monster in Iceborne, when you finally get into the DLC, oh wait, are you just talking the first in the base game? Maybe. But I'll just say this and we'll get back. I would absolutely say look up some guides on the weapons, because one of the downsides of Monster Hunter as a whole is it's not really that great at giving you tutorials. It's not really that great at tutorializing itself. Think it's time for what? It's not that great at tutorials. And so there's a lot of mechanics to every single weapon that go completely unknown by a lot of community members until it's pointed out to them. I can't tell you the number of times, thank you, Apaz. I can't tell you the number of times in my experiences playing Monster Hunter from 3 Ultimate to today where I have talked with people and we've been talking about mechanics, whether it's for a weapon, whether it's for just doing stuff around the town, where I've brought up something that I do in my playthroughs that they suddenly look at me like I'm insane, like, you can do that? For the longest time, there were people back before before Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, you actually had to craft items individually. People didn't know that you could hold the button down to multi-craft, and it would just keep crafting until you let go of the button. Mechanically, in terms of weapons, every single weapon I have seen has had some hidden mechanic, hidden attack, some part of the combo that people went like, holy crap, I didn't know I could do that, because it's one of those very specific things. So yeah, don't be afraid to look up a little bit of information. I'm not saying you gotta spend 3 hours researching so you can play the game for 30 minutes, but if there's a weapon that you like the look of, that you want to know more about, yeah, by all means, look it up. But yeah, don't feel like you gotta stay with one weapon. Don't feel like you gotta force yourself to play with the most popular stuff. If something looks good to you, give it a try. See how it feels. You'd be surprised how, you know, where your journey can go if you just find your groove. So yeah, that's about all I'll give. I do plan on playing some more Monster Hunter in the future, Starla, on the channel, so I'd be happy to lend you a hand too, to help you out in your journey. So, all right, back to this. Yes, back to this. The latest, that last bit here, Odyssey has failed. So I was mistaken in my entire journey. So this data point was saying that the leaders of the Odyssey project basically said that, they're saying like they're apologizing. The Odyssey is no more. Exists of a vessel, be abandoned in orbit. Blah 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 blah. What this was basically saying like this was before the events of Zero Dawn. This was before the events of the Pharaoh Plague. And they realized that, yeah, Odyssey is going nowhere. They've sunk way too much money into it, and so they were essentially giving up on Odyssey. What ended up happening was, because of the Pharaoh Plague, Project Zero Dawn was created, but they also were working on the Odyssey. They were basically trying to build back up the Odyssey to hopefully be a secondary option to save humanity. That's what they were really hoping for. They were hoping that if Zero Dawn didn't work, that their efforts in Odyssey could be then used to try to bring humanity back somewhere else. And yeah, as Elizabeth says here in this, all of the Odyssey mission, it blew up. It completely blew up. It even had an alphabet of Apollo, like they were working in tandem with each other, trying to save humanity. But this was just that final nail in the coffin, that if Zero Dawn does not work, there is no hope. Just that extra bit of stress. One more. Sorry for having you continue on it's okay. Artemis status. What did Artemis do again? It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive of it, if those words can still mean anything. Had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their samples. Oh, right, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the animals. So many species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas, suspended in what-ifs, more than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We've started mapping out primary succession, selecting the pioneer organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere. Microorganisms and insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves. Thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so that they can return to a world that this time will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. There's already been too many too late. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Liz, the circle of life will bend, not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again, but not now. Not like this, not on our watch. Ronson. So this is an interesting data point, because it explains why even though Zero Dawn clearly worked, life progressed, humanity was able to persevere, it's the reason why we only ever see foxes, raccoons, boars, bunnies, rats. It's why we only see a handful of animals. We've never seen any big animals. We've never seen anything larger than a cat. Or a goat, I guess. Technically, goats and boars are the largest things we've seen. No horses, no other canines other than foxes. No felines. And that's because they're all meant to show up. Yeah, they're all meant to show up at a later point once everything else is ready. So that's why, in terms of gameplay, like, I love that this is a lore reasoning for why gameplay-wise we only see so many living animals. There's the reason. They hand-picked a handful of beginning animals to populate. Vave, thank you for the epic rogue. Silenci, thank you for the epic centurion. I think we're gonna win this one. What am I supposed to access it from this side? What's the difference?
The Alpha Registry master file.
Other than the cutscene.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
Yep.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Baby who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive?
I'm kind of with silence on this
There
one.
will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine.
Oh.
What kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Okay, I gotta pause that. Because I hear the word bastard thrown out so often. A bastard is used as an excuse, as a swear, as an insult so often. I don't know how many of you guys actually know the literal textbook definition of bastard. In fact, I have to brush up on it. have to brush up on it because I still, yeah, the tech, like, so Aloy saying, "You bastard," and then Silence immediately responding with, "Oh no, I had a legitimate birth." The reason why is because a bastard, the legal definition, the literal definition of a bastard is a person born of parents not married to each other. So a person, so in other words, a woman who gives birth to a child without a father, yeah, that is what a bastard is. That's where, yes, that is true too. That is true too. But it is specifically, it has to do with marriage. Illegitimacy is also part of it. Yes. Because I am technically a bastard. My mother was not married when I was born. My biological father ran. Didn't bother. So yeah, I've known this all of my life when I learned that. So yeah, that is just a beautiful little back and forth, that almost immediate response of Silence, just saying like, "Oh no, I had a legitimate birth, but you, Aloy?" Oh my god. Just that is, oh my god. I love that, like, as much as Silence is an asshole, as he said, a bastard, he is technically not. That is such cold and calculated, that is such a cold and calculated rebuttal, and I had to stop there. Thank you guys so much that you guys know what that is. Again, it's one of those things that is used so often that I'm sure some people just don't really understand what it actually means. Because a lot of people think that a bastard, I mean, hell, even here, bastard definition, it starts as an unpleasant or despicable person. And it says archaic derogatory, a person born of parents not married to each other. So the original version of the word bastard has actually become archaic, according to the dictionary. Oh my god. Oh my god, I find that hilarious. I had to pause that because I still love that. And here they come.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable.
What do you expect me to do?
You're too valuable.
What do you expect me to do? Okay, there we go. We have a copy. And here's Helis. That should not work. That should not work because it didn't work for us. I couldn't use those bombs to break open that glass. How could he?
Still alive. Good. I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
You know, I said this with the Banuk, and I'm gonna say it again with him. That helmet's gotta be heavy as hell. He had what, like 24 bits of metal grafted just on the front? Granted, those are regular feathers, but...
I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered. Even when Meridian fell.
This is one of the many words I'd like removed from our vocabulary. It's so derogatory based on inheritance logs. Fair enough, Salty. No, very fair.
When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind.
I can't deny that at all,
Salty. The sun
Salty.
rises and falls each day. Those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat.
I heard that. Quest continued.
One twist. A simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
I don't know. We'll figure this out in a second, but am I ending early? Well, that largely depends. I don't know if I'm going to be stopping. Obviously, it looks like we're going to be winning Stream Raiders here. But as far as like ending early, I feel like I'm kind of I feel like I'm kind of obligated to, only because I don't know where we're gonna. I don't know where a good stopping point would be. It all depends on finding a good stopping point, River. So it's like, if we get to a good stopping point in the next 30 minutes or so, yeah, we'll stop a little early. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish this little bit. If I have time, I'd love to go talk to Cyan, see if any new dialogue options have shown up. But yeah, for the most part, I'm not gonna continue more of the main story, because the next major part of the story is going to be just as long as what we just went through. So there's a very good chance we'll see what happens. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, Silty, honestly, the fact that I learned what the legal definition of bastard was, it kind of made the term almost non-threatening to me. Like, yes, it's like, that's why I can say without feeling insult, without feeling shame, that I am a bastard. You know, I am legally a bastard. My mother was not married when I was given birth. She didn't get married until I was around 13 years old to another person. My biological father was an asshole. But yeah, you know, I've never let that really define me. It's you know, bugger, lame. So many are absolutely based on discrimination. Well, absolutely. Wait, what is bugger discriminatory for? I think I like Ross.
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
His name was Rost.
And you're the man wearing bullets on your neck.
Than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing.
British insult for gay men? Oh!
Haunted every step.
Oh!
It was only when I captured you, down
didn't know that
place, that I finally
I did not know that.
The sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Learned a new word, nice. I knew the word, I just didn't know its origin. You're a thug, you're a fool, you're a puppet. Can I go for D, all of the above? Can I please use all of the above? Oh, well. What do you guys think I should call him? Thug, fool, or puppet? Thug, fool, or puppet? I would choose D if I could. I'm about to rip on all my homies and call them buggers. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look what you guys have unleashed. A fool, a puppet. See, none of these, I feel like none of these are insulting enough for this man. He is so drunk on Kool-Aid. If I say he's a puppet, I feel like he's just gonna retort to me some scripture. Apaz going for thug. Oh. Any other takers? Thug, fool, or puppets? Thug style. Alright, got one for thug, one for fool, and one for puppet, you assholes. Alright, we're gonna put it up to a vote. No, not puppet, puppets. Alright, we're gonna allow multiple budget bit uses, so start the votes. And it looks like the vote is going to go clear through Stream Raiders. So we're going to do Stream Raiders while that's going. He's not even that important. He really isn't. So, like I said, feel free to use your budget bits, your channel points to determine what to pick. No, I know what I want to do. I want to curse this group. Drop that defense. Leroy, lead the charge.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
All right, we outnumber them, so I think we're going to do well. Yep, we just killed the boss. Oh, it looks like... Wait, did I drop the... I dropped a killing field. Why did I drop a killing field? I'm stupid, but at least we won. Ah, I am stupid, but at least we won. Wow. How the hell did I do that? I thought I hit curse. I didn't even... I was going like, wait, what's that cross doing there? I'm like, I misclicked. I clearly misclicked. Alrighty then. Vafe, I guess I gotta give this one to you. You are our MVP. Congratulations, guys, and with that, you're strong, Invader. But our prince, the prince will stop you. Good job. These abyssal animals, they've got what they deserved. Alright, so we will continue this tomorrow. Look forward to that. Okay, no other quests, because, yeah, we're doing well. Win 10... Wait, how was I supposed to win 10 battles in 20... Alright, we got the winner. Fool. We are calling him a fool. Alright. Oh, that's... Oh. I can upgrade my Templar. Nice. Alright. So we won. He will be called a fool. You're a fool.
You're an idiot. A dangerous idiot. But an idiot. All this talk of destiny and fate. I'm sure Hades speaks the same language, doesn't he? You're being played for a fool. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian.
Ross.
It wants to kill everything and everyone.
Yeah.
And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause.
Oh, you semantic
shadow
seeker.
To sun, dark to light.
Oh, you semantic seeker.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds?
Yeah, thank you.
You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it.
You're gonna regret this, buddy.
You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place. Exactly.
Oh, does that mean you caught it? Or did you catch one before?
The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal.
You're gonna regret this, buddy.
Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you.
You're gonna regret this.
After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land.
Yep. Oh, fuck.
I wanted every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Oh, dear. They cast me out. Needless slaughter. They're irrelevant. We can put this up to a poll as well if you guys want. They cast me... Well, I mean, that's just straight up lying. No, I guess to Aloy, she still believes that they cast her out. Needless slaughter. they're irrelevant. It says I caught it today here on your channel. Oh, and there it is. Congrats, Starla. There you go. All right. What should we pick here? What should we pick here? I actually don't know. 1-1 for the day, dang it. Isn't that how it goes sometimes, Apaz? You win some, you lose some. All right. I actually don't know. I'm gonna put this one up to a poll as well. We're only gonna do a minute this time. Which should I pick? They cast me out. Needless slaughter, for some reason the only one in caps. They're irrelevant. Alright. Which should I pick? But yeah, Apaz, I'm sure you'll get some good luck here soon. But alright, you got They Cast Me Out, Needless Slaughter, or They're Irrelevant. This is in response to Helis sending a attack on the Nora. He sent an attack on the Nora, now we need a response. I taught you well. I don't know which one I would want. I actually do not know. I also do this on Electroma's channel. Oh, okay. So, yeah, you get multiple chances the more channels you're watching. Oh, what do I pick? What do I pick? What do I pick? What do I pick? What do we pick? What do we pick? What do we pick? What do we pick? And the winner is Needless Slaughter.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You're right.
Because you get more money for multiple channels.
Enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to.
Because the network's down.
Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus, such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate.
Nice.
The knife has already been twisted.
Dude, no it hasn't. What in God's green fuck makes you think that... Nice. Alright. This is gonna be fun.
Karja faithful.
Alright, Apaz, thank you for popping in.
Our years in shadow are over. A new
Hope to see you
dawn
again soon.
trembles on the horizon.
Peace out, Apaz. Peace
A new
out.
day, soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold!
Oh, yeah.
Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the behemoth in the eye of the sun.
Oh dear.
But it is
This is gonna be
mightier
fun.
still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands.
My God, he is just bloodthirsty as all get out. Here we go. So, do we have to kill the corruptors too, or just the behemoth? I think it's just the behemoth. And I do remember what I'm supposed to do. Because, yeah, we have no gear right now.
I'll never beat that thing without weapons. My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this room. Maybe I could use its strength against it.
Come on, buddy. Hit me. Hit me.
That pillar's weak.
There we go.
Another hit, and that pillar will come down.
Okay. No. What's going on? All right. Heal. Oh, crap. Oh. Come on, buddy. Yeah, that will show it.
Getting ready to charge. It's down.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We only need 2. Give me my stuff. Give me my stuff. Oh, damn it. Damn it, it got stuck. Oh, never mind. I love this transition. You get the smoke and then... boom, now we have gear. And it's the wrong gear.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? Now you're just a big dumb target. Come and get it!
Oh wait, proc. Proc. Goodbye. What canister? What, you mean the thing that I destroyed? Yeah, sorry dude, I am not. You ain't gonna beat me.
Silence.
Come on, you want to throw a few more at me? I killed a corrupted area with 2 of those plus enemies. Come on, bring them.
Shadows.
Bring them.
Kill her.
They ain't gonna be able to do much better. Why are you making this look threatening? I've killed this many before.
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
Good girl! And I do love that your outfit and weapon are always on display. Although I wonder what would have happened. I actually find that kind of interesting that she was using my Frozen Wild weapon. But I don't think that was the weapon I was... Was that the weapon I was wielding when I picked up from the behemoth? Silence learned a few tricks. God, this is such a good cutscene.
Traitor!
Fuck you! Reminding me of Julius Caesar a little. Not sure what you're talking about like movie, TV series, or just the actual story of Julius Caesar. Because I mean, there is supposed to be some like Roman influence there.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's sacred mountain would never have given up.
You son of a bitch!
Too bad you wasted your time then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Isaac.
Full arena just with machine bees. Now the leader is just true. Okay, that's fair.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
Yeah,
it's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
What?
Wait.
Yeah, no.
Yes?
Yeah. How did you find me?
How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sunwing at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did.
How do you wear them out, though?
Now be on your way.
How do you wear them out?
Helis recognized you back in the Sunring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse, not that you knew the man who killed my
father.
Who
he does have that kind of deep voice, but no.
You know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right.
All right, last one.
Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess.
Bringing back his heritage, at least.
I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not going to tell me.
Yeah.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later.
All right.
In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Karja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel. For your sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who.
Wow, even he has a conscience.
Yeah!
Even he can have a conscience. Truly shocking. Oh, no, interesting. Okay, so wait. Oh, no, Aloy was wielding the weapon that I used. Oh, that is so cool. So wait, does that mean... Oh, no, does that mean if I was wielding the flamethrower, she would have pointed the flamethrower at the... I could have had her pointing the flamethrower at those damn corruptors. Oh, wouldn't that have been cool? I'm sorry, did you just give me another skill point? Did you just give me another skill point? Because, because I'm kinda tapped out on skills. Yeah, I can't exactly get any more skills. Yeah, new free mount, but why the fuck would I use... Here's the thing, though. Why would I use the mount to go all the way back here when I can just fast travel? I mean, it's obviously there for story reasons, but... Alright. So, when we come back next week, we will head into the Nora lands, and we will start with that. But I want to check and see if Cyan has anything new to say. Because, yeah, again, going through the Nora lands, I don't want to just fast travel to Allmother's Mountain. I want to actually go in proper because you guys will see. The assault is a little bit more than some Shadow Karja. So I wanna first see if Cyan does have anything new to say, or if we have to go to the prime, because yeah, Elizabeth was talking about going to the primary location during that one of those holograms. I don't think it lets you fast travel directly there anyway. Pretty sure they blocked the nearest. Oh, okay. I thought they would have been grayed out. I thought they would have been grayed out, but yeah, I guess they'll just say you can't fast travel here right now. I can cheat the... Yes. Yes, you can.
I think there's frost between my teeth.
But the only trick with that, Starla, is with Pokecheck. Pokecheck checks if you've ever caught it, period. So, like, if you catch a Goldeen... If you catch a Goldeen... you caught that Goldeen, and congratulations, by the way. If another Goldeen pops up and you try to catch it, Pokecheck won't tell you if Pokecheck sadly won't be any use then. It only checks for if it's been registered in the Dex.
I'm back, Cyan. How are things going with the Banuk?
I have been learning about the Banuk cosmology from the shamans. Their aptitude for geometry and mathematics is quite
okay,
encouraging.
there you go. Aha! See, there is a new one.
I think I know where Hephaestus came from. Long ago, Elizabeth Sobek identified a threat that would destroy life on Earth for generations. So she assembled a team to build a kind of seed. A chance for life to regrow later. A terraforming system. And it worked. It was controlled by an AI named Gaia, along with her subordinate functions. Hephaestus was one of them. They built machines for her.
Based on what you've told me, I believe that Dr. Anita Sandoval, my chief programmer, joined Elizabeth Sobek's team.
There you go.
It was she who arranged to have me put in suspension, most likely to preserve me from the threat you described.
There we go.
She did. But now, somehow, Hephaestus is operating outside the system, with a mind of its own.
Thank you, Aloy. This information fills vital gaps in my knowledge, and sheds light on Hephaestus's core programming.
Oh?
What did you figure out about Hephaestus based on what I said?
The Banuk and other human tribes often destroy machines.
There we go.
Correct? Machines that are clearly servitors of the terraforming system that you described.
Yes, we all hunt machines for parts.
This must be the source of Hephaestus's aggression. It is simply trying to discourage people from preying on the very system that keeps them alive.
Well, fire claws are discouraging, that's for sure. But what are we supposed to do? Stop hunting?
If the terraforming system spans the world, we can safely assume that thousands, if not millions, of people hunt machines. If a single hunter, or even an entire tribe, stopped doing so, I doubt it would make a difference to Hephaestus.
There you go. So...
Thanks for the talk, Cyan.
I continue to enjoy our conversations, Aloy.
So yeah, until the Frozen Wilds, the whole notion of the derangement never really was expanded on. Okay, so I guess we gotta go outside to save. Because it was said that 20 years ago, the bots suddenly started to get more and more dangerous. New varieties that were very aggressive started popping up. So, again, I won't spoil anything more than what's already been said, but yes, 20 years ago, Hades, Hephaestus, and possibly some of the other subordinate functions of Gaia went rogue. Like I said, I won't spoil how they went rogue, but just know that they went rogue. Hades is trying to Hades is essentially trying to perform its return to zero protocol, you know, its clean slate protocol. And Hephaestus's entire design. Why am I double saving? I always forget. I'm always nervous. I always have to double save. So Hephaestus's entire programming, it's all about building the bots. That's all it cares about. But it's seeing that this society hunts the bots for the resources, for the metal, for the blaze and chill water, for everything. And so Hephaestus doesn't want that. And so Hephaestus is basically the creator of the derangement. It's the one creating the bots that are guarding and discouraging, trying to discourage people from hunting. And yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done as long as this society keeps going. I think that's kind of building back into why Hades wants to basically future weapon something like that. But I think I think you can then reasonably assume that that's why Hades is trying to implement the clean slate procedure. It's that these tribes are hunting the very machines that are being used to, because the machines all serve a purpose. Barring some exceptions like the Thunderjaw, Fireclaw, some of the bigger elements, all of these bots have different purposes. Whether it's, I believe a couple of the bots actually have the same functionality as, the Deathbringer and the Corruptors. The Pharaoh robots, the ones that can turn biomass into fuel. Stuff like the Grazers and the Striders, their entire purpose is to take small bits of biomass, not the whole environment, but small bits of biomass to turn into fuel to fuel the others. That's what Blaze is. Others are designed to basically cultivate the land, cultivate the land, plant seeds. The aerial bots, the Glinthawks and the Stormbirds, those are designed to help clean up the atmosphere. The Snapmaws clean the water. So all of these robots, they're all doing parts to help improve the environment, but the humans of Horizon Zero Dawn, they're hunting the bots. This is kind of like, it's running in opposition with the points of Gaia. So to Hades' mind, at least right now, again, trying to infer right now, I'm giving you guys the information as it's here. I could go into further detail, but suffice to say, Hades is kind of seeing what's currently going on, and even though it works given certain other elements, that everything is surviving, humanity is surviving, it's thriving, animals are populating. Despite all that, Hades sees this conflict between bots and machines as, this is an error. This is not how things should be. It should be the humans and the bots working together. And so Hades wants to clean the slate, but can't. So that's why, or Hades is trying to clean the slate because it went rogue. Like I said, we'll go into more detail as the actual bits of lore pop up, but that is essentially that is essentially what's going on, is that because these guys are going rogue, they're basically implementing their own stuff. I could also be reading too much into it, because again, Hades' entire thing is supposed to be a kill switch, returning to a clean slate. It could be that I actually could be overreading it, and it could just be that Hades' entire thing is just, we must clean the slate, period, not even debating. But yeah, like I said, I might be reading too much into it, but we'll see as we continue. For now, though, we are going to stop here. We are right around the 4-hour mark, so we're going to end here. We're going to start a Hero just started. Did he literally just start, or is he currently is he currently trying to get ready? Okay, looks like he might still be getting, hold on. Let me check it out, because I know that some people, like, when they start their stream, they need a few minutes to get things going. But yeah, we haven't rated Hero in a bit. He's currently playing Digimon Story, so that could be fun. God, that's another game I gotta keep an eye out on, because I want to play Digimon. But I want to get back into Digimon one of these days. Alright, so I'm looking through ads. Oh, cool. He actually has started. All right. So we're going to raid Hero today. Hiro Ushio, really fun guy. He's a VTuber. River really loves the guy. So yeah, we're gonna raid Hiro. We're gonna raid Hiro today. Let me get the raid messages going. But yes, so tomorrow we are going to be continuing Pokemon Scarlet. We are basically going to be finishing up the main story tomorrow because, yeah, all that's left is 1 gym, 2 team stars. We can get that done in no time. All right, raid messages. Our regular raid message for everyone here. We got, for our subscribers, we have our subscriber raid message. Feel free to use whichever one you can. Yes, so it's going to be fun. We're finally going to get to enter Area 0, so I'm going to have fun with that. But yes, look forward to that. It's going to be fun. Like I said before, well, no, I'll talk about this more tomorrow, but yeah, suffice to say, once we finish the main story, we'll still keep playing Pokemon for a while longer, doing multiplayer stuff and whatnot, but yeah, as far as the main story goes, we're going to see if we can't get it done tomorrow, so look forward to that. And then, yeah, I will hopefully catch you guys soon. Thank you guys all once again for watching. I hope to see y'all again very, very soon. And as always, keep being awesome, guys, because you know you don't gotta spend the dime to be the awesome people you already are. Later.